Alright, it's time to get started for today. So, it's been a pretty interesting week since last week. We had to do a lot of item deletions because we unlocked Eternal Garden recently. Last stream on Saturday, actually, we did a stream on Saturday to make up for Friday's stream. Now, the bad part about Saturday's stream is that towards the end of that stream, the internet started to kind of bug out, and unfortunately the last 7 minutes of that stream was not covered, and so because of that I'm going to delete an item, not because of the internet necessarily, but it's because one of the rules of the stream is that all progress must be streamed, and there's also the fact that we also did not show deleting the World Slayer, which is the item that Phoenix picked for me to delete. Now, in terms of the World Slayer, we no longer have it because we deleted it at the end of the last stream. We no longer have that, but let me go ahead and head over to the sector because we're going to farm Unborn for the first 2 hours, and then we'll come back here to Atheon's Realm after a bit. We also have our main account here farming at Eternal Garden to try to get the Chaos Bringer and also to get Vel. Currently on the main account we're up to 100 million Vel, which is quite good. Alright, T-Man, welcome to the stream. Now I do want to do, well actually I can't really do a check. I was going to say, you know, I was going to do a check to see if, you know, any of the EXP changed from last stream, but I forgot. We already hit max level, so I don't think in the last 7 minutes I got credit on Atheon, so we won't count that towards the deletion. The only thing that we will count was the fact that World Slayer was not shown to be deleted. I did delete World Slayer, yes, but it was not shown on stream because I deleted it at the near like the 4 hour mark, and that portion of the stream was deleted from YouTube because of the lag. So because I didn't show it, that's what we're deleting an item for. So in terms of the items that we have in our inventory, this is what we have so far. You know, we have a lot of commons, some commons, a lot of uncommons, some rares, some legendaries and such. So yeah. So our goal this stream is to try to get the XL Death Plate. Once we get that, we move back to Atheon to see if we can get Meteor Shot, Flame, and Infernum. And once we get all of those, we can make the Conqueror's Wish, head over to Eternal Garden, and then that's it. That's the whole challenge. Of course, though, it's not that simple because drop chances are not great on floor 12. Atheon drop chances are a lot more manageable, but of course within, you know, the last stream on Saturday and also Friday, we didn't do so well in terms of drops. Like the best drop that we got was this Rapture here, but nothing else other than that. We're gonna let that poll sit for about another minute. Typically I want to let polls sit for at least 5 minutes before I make a decision, or before we move to the next decision. Hold on. Okay, well, it looks like it says 5 minutes here, so let me go ahead and end that poll, and we're gonna push the next poll. Alright, which rarity of from the inventory should I delete? So we'll combine common and uncommon. And we'll combine burst and troop. Let's see, Shujio, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure if I said that right. I apologize if I butchered that. Also, they made an announcement in the contributor server and the main server about the dev tag getting leaked in a way where some players were posing as developers to try to get items from other players. I don't know how that happened. I suppose we could try and ask when maybe Phoenix or VGM, Atomic, or Alone joins in, just to get just some further information about how exactly that leak happened. Alright, looks like we have a split decision between Rare and also Burst and Tribute. We'll leave that poll going for, again, 5 minutes. If nothing changes in 5 minutes, then whichever option gets voted on the most after that, we'll just go with that one. Let's see, you could help me. Could you elaborate on what you mean by that? I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Are you talking about like helping you in the game, or what do you exactly mean by that? There's a lot of different items that we have here. We're gonna have to go pretty deep into the poll if we end up going with the rare. Actually, the rare option shouldn't be too bad. There's a few things here, but we'll be fine. Do you have something level 150? I don't think I do. A lot of the items that I have are either I dismantled for crystals or I'm using them for something else. What happened to Unborn? Alright, I'm sure I can get credit. Okay, well... Oh, he's coming. He's coming up. Alright, well, I got my credit, so it's fine if we die here. It's a kind of a strange position to be farming Unborn. I know the old Unborn farm was actually right in front of the door, like that, but I haven't seen it in a few months. Normally, players either farm Unborn where he spawns, or towards the stairs on the other side going to Atheon. It's very rare to see, you know, like, players farming it as soon as you come in. But I guess, you know, you gotta expect everything. I'm hoping we can get the Chaos Bringer soon, or sometime this week. We're currently up to around 24,000 kills combined on both nights right now. About 15,000 on the Eternals, and then around like 9,000, 10,000 with the Ancient. No success so far, but I think the most important thing is just getting Bell, since I'm just preparing for the anime batch at this point. And assuming that the anime batch comes out on Saturday, I should have enough time to hit the cap. And then after that, I'll figure out somewhere else to get the Bell. I don't think I'm going to transfer the Bell over to an alt account, because it would mess up with the fee. So I think the best decision is probably just to max out my main account and then bring an alt account to farm the other part of the Bell. I could just trade it over and, you know, work with the fee, but I don't know. It's hard to really say. Yeah, T-Man, drag it back to the stairs over there. That'll be easier. Kidnapping unborn. Yeah, you sure are, and you're still animation glitching. I don't know how you cause that to happen. Can you give me something level 150? I don't think I have anything that's around that level. As I mentioned before, most of the items that I have around that level I either probably dismantled or I'm saving to make something else at the moment. $15,472. Currently on Unborn, we're up to 391 kills. It's likely that we'll reach 400 or probably 500 before we end up getting a drop. Let's hope that drop is the Exile Deathplate.
Hi, hello.
Hold on 1 second. Hey Nick. How you doing?
I'm good, how about you?
Doing alright, you know, it could be better if I get the drops that I need, but we're doing alright.
Oh. How many kills are you at right now?
Well, for Unborn, we're currently hovering at 391. Atheon is somewhere around, I would say 50 now. And then I'm also trying to get the Chaos Bringer, and Chaos Bringer is an interesting situation. Because right now, I think I'm sitting at around like a total of 23,000 kills right now. If you combine both Eternal and Ancient Blossom Knights, so no Chaos Bringer yet, but let's hope we get it sometime this week.
Every time I wake up, I'm supposed to see it right there.
Okay. Back up here. This lure is a bit chaotic. Alright, we'll shift that pole in a bit. Well, the pole's been up for 9 minutes. I'm gonna shift it right after this. Okay. 14,082. And the pole here, we're up to rare. Alright, what kind of rare items do we have? Do we have one of each rare? We have this. Okay. Which rare item category should I delete from? Alright, so now we have to go into the categories. So we'll do 1H, 2H sword. Okay. Alright, there we go. I have to narrow it down. So now we're into the third phase of the poll. In terms of one hand, two hand, Ringmaster and Stinger, and also Achromatic. Two hand, Rejuvenator, DG59, Katana, Alaric, Contravince, Sokeshi, Rapier, Nova Star, Sunset, Spear, Scarlet Lance, and then Armor, Shadow Ninja, Software, Miscellaneous, Ash Ruin, Ruby, Nightplate. Alright, we'll let that poll sit for 5 minutes. Okay. Not a bad lure. I'm gonna back up a little bit, just get some health up. Unborn is still very powerful. Okay, 15-4, 5-4. Do a check on the main account. No changes. Okay. Nice, we got a new person here. Always nice to have new people. If loan doesn't show up this stream, I request the right to delete an item. Yeah, like, so typically if the contributor doesn't show up, then I give the voting privilege to the chat. We'll give it over. You guys get to decide. But we'll see. You know, for all we know, Yato could show up to the stream. Because Phoenix did say that he does have that ability to bring Yato over. Now, Yato has been in our stream before, but it's probably been at least a year or two since he's been here, so it's been a while. Someone else who hasn't been here a while as well is Wise Man Matt. I do miss seeing Wise Man Matt. We used to talk a lot on stream during the winter event, like the original winter event. It was a lot of fun. They took the shop away, kind of sad now. Yeah, I guess they're prepping for the next batch. So this is our time to just farm up Bell. It's important to farm up Vel, and also, you know, it's important to keep in mind to spend your Vel wisely. Don't start trying to purchase everything, because, well, I can't really say. I don't really have the right to say that because I've been purchasing every merchant item, but that's just because I like to collect them all. But spend in moderation, exactly. What makes me kind of nervous is just the prices that are going to be on the anime batch. Now, Yato did say that the anime batch is going to range, I believe, from 1 mil to 250 mil. Now, it is a range, right? So that suggests that there is an item that is 250 million vel, but what's the in-between? Is there going to be an item that's, 100 million vel, 150, 175 million? I'm more curious on the in-between because, yes, at some point I'm going to hit the cap for vel, but then once I hit the cap, and assuming that I want to get all the other items, how much more vel am I going to have to farm? that is what's kind of been on my mind ever since Yato posted that announcement. I didn't get everything in Helm, mostly Arcadia. Yeah, Arcadia items are relatively cheap. You know, you can probably farm an hour or two at the Eternal Garden. You'll be able to get all the Arcadia items. Helmfirth has always been a challenge. You know, they made a post, and T-Man keeps mentioning this a lot, but they made a post a while back saying that the items were not going to exceed 20 million Val, but now we're here. Oh, nice. They made another announcement here. Oh, it's an update leak. Spear animation pack work in progress. Let's see this. So I guess that's just like the idle stance, right? Looks interesting. Can't wait for those new anims. True, yeah, I am excited for the animations. It's been a while since we've gotten an animation pack. Actually, I mean, I think it's been years since we got an animation pack. And I remember, you know, a few months or years back, there was some kind of plan to make a rapier animation pack, but then we never heard about it again after it was talked about. So I'm glad to see that, you know, we're getting those made now, so I'm pretty excited. Let's see, 75 mil. Yeah, 75 mil was a very difficult amount to farm up because as much as I could have farmed that up at Atheon, I just didn't feel like fighting Atheon. Just because Eternal Garden is a lot easier. You just kind of set up your account there and then just let the Vel build up over time. Also, Atomic, I kind of wanted to ask about the announcement that they made earlier today about the dev tag getting leaked in a way. Do you know anything about that? Like, what's going on behind the scenes or how it got leaked? I'm just kind of curious about that. Alright, I'm gonna end the poll. We're gonna put one. I think this will be our last poll. Ringmaster, Stinger, Achromatic. Great. Okay, never mind. There's gonna be a little bit more. Which rare sword should I get? For anyone wondering why I'm posting so many polls, this is just to narrow it down. Whenever the chat has the privilege to delete an item, I have to, and when they pick the item in the inventory, I have to narrow it down. Because there's so many items that I have, so that's why I am just kind of going through the process right now. And then we'll just combine the two hands here. Rejuvenator. DG59. Alright, let me get my credit here first, and then I'll post. There we go. DG59. Alright, there we go. You guys can go vote on that. For context, we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ringmasters, 1 Stinger, 1 Achromatic Soul, and then 1 of Rejuvenator and DG59. Not sure, it's fairly new to me. That's what I'm kind of curious about. I don't know, because the dev tag is a very exclusive tag, so the fact that it got leaked and some players ended up using it is a bit of a concern. Because it does bring about like security risks regarding like what else the public could get access to. Don't worry for the high level merchant drops. The prices won't be above 20 mil though. Yada 2024. Yeah, that is a famous quote. Well, you know, I think things change. Whether it's better or for worse. Master, welcome to the stream. Supposedly, people were saying they can spawn in items, but that is very, very unlikely since the game code does not allow that. Yeah, I'm assuming that the dev tag only gives you the tag and not the permissions of like a developer. I'm assuming that the tags are just purely for cosmetic, and in order to have administrator permissions, you have to be put on a list. Because I'm assuming like the game's code has like a list of who has permissions to what, to use like what commands and such. The tag is just a tag, yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, that poll's gonna be up for 5 minutes. Looks like Ringmaster's taking the lead here. For context, by the way, for anyone who is new here to the whole deletion idea, essentially the way it works is that if an item gets chosen, I not only have to delete the item, but also any copies I have of it. So for example, because we have multiple ringmasters, I cannot just delete one. I have to delete every ringmaster that I have, if that's the item to get chosen. That is a rule that we invented back on floor 8. Because the original rule when we started the challenge was just to delete one of the item. But because we started getting multiple copies on floor 8, I figured that it would be better to simply delete every copy that we have. That way it's a little bit more interesting, and it makes it more difficult as well, because that way, you know, I can't just delete the item and then just reuse it again. Because otherwise, you know, it wouldn't really put me at risk or anything. So by deleting every copy of the item that I have, it makes it so that I cannot use the item unless I get it as a drop again later on. Someone's using an auto farming hack. Well, can't say that I'm surprised. So many players nowadays in Swordburst 2 that are still using it. And I guess from BGN's video we kind of learned the reason why some of these exploiters are doing what they do, to kind of build the account and then probably sell it off later. BGM did mention that, you know, selling off these accounts doesn't really generate that much money. So, and there's a lot of risk as well, because it does violate Roblox TOS, and also the fact that it's very easy to get rid of these accounts. For example, a moderator can simply just come in and just ban them, and then they lost all the resources that they've built up. With Swordburst 2 back up to 1K players and probably more with the new map soon, I can easily see more security issues arise like this. I would say so, yeah, because, I mean, with more players, there's, I guess, more opportunity for something to happen. Especially players that know the Roblox system very well. Because I'm sure if you know how the Roblox system works in accordance with Lua code, or just how the framework is, you can probably find a way to exploit that system to get what you want. I'm assuming it's not that easy to do it, but if you do have an understanding of it, you kind of have an idea on where to get started. $15,188 val. I want to auto farm hack, my life would be so easy. Well, looks like someone's about to turn to the dark side here. Especially with a game as old as Swordburst 2, about 6 years now. Definitely got a lot of security issues here and there. That is true, yeah. I don't know how well developed the game's security system is, but seeing that something like this could happen, it kind of brings about a bit of concern. Did you get Chaosbringer yet? Not yet. I think we're hovering at around 24,000 kills in total right now. No Chaosbringer just yet though. Chaosbringer would be nice to have, but I think the main purpose of me coming to Eternal Garden is just to get the Vel for the merchant shop. We're up to 101 mil right now, which is quite good. I can give you one if you want. It's fine, don't worry about it. I would rather that you keep those or just trade them off to someone else, because you can get a lot of value for those Chaosbringers. I believe they're quite sought after. So, you know, you can use that perhaps to even get an item that you want. Maybe an item that you don't have. Perhaps a tribute that you want. You know, there's a lot of things you can do with them. I'll get my Chaosbringer eventually. You know, don't worry too much about it, but I appreciate the offer. Especially with more players in the game now, you have a lot more opportunity to trade with people. So this is probably one of the best times to engage in trading. You don't get it before the update, I'll give you one? Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Master. Thank you. Is that 4? Don't worry about it. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see. I have a week, and I think we can do it in a week. I have faith in myself, despite the fact that, you know, my luck has never really been all that great. You know, I think in a week's time we should get something. I would think that we can hit 30,000 kills in total by probably Friday or Saturday. Yeah, for sure a week is good enough time. Yeah. I'm planning to hit the cap of 250 mil probably by, well, since I'm letting my main account kind of just grind out Vel for the entire day, I want to say I can hit the cap around Thursday, but we'll have to see. Because there are some strange issues that happen when AFK farming. Sometimes you get disconnected from the game, and the game doesn't tell you. Sometimes, you know, you get a notification, you know, check your internet connection, and it kicks you from the game. But then there's some other times where you kind of just disconnect, and you can obviously tell you got disconnected because of the way that the game is behaving, but sometimes it just doesn't tell you. And then other times you end up not checking on your account every 20 minutes, because it's happened to me a lot where I leave my account idle and I don't have an auto clicker set up. Not all the time, at least, because there's times where I need to do stuff on my computer, and I can't be setting up an auto clicker, because if I set up an auto clicker, that means it's going to take my ability to use the mouse away. So what I do is I just kind of set up a little timer. Every 15 minutes it just kind of rings, and then I just do some kind of motion in Swordburst 2, and then it lets me stay idle for another 15-20 minutes. It's the easiest way that I can think of setting it up. There might be a better way, maybe a macro that activates every 15 minutes, but I'm a little too lazy to set that up. Next we got a LC. I get disconnected, not because of internet. Yeah, that is true. Just kind of keeping track of what's going on. sometimes you know you can get too distracted with something else that you're doing, that you're not paying attention to what's going on stream, or not on stream, in the game, and then you kind of miss out on some things. So that's why I have two monitors. So I have one monitor that has the Roblox game up, and then the other monitor I just do other stuff on, like watching YouTube videos, DMing people, or just anything in general. What are you farming for? We're farming for Exile Deathplate. On the main account, which you can see to the left there, we're farming for Chaosbringer and Jezebel in general, to prepare for the next merchant shop release. Let me check a few other things here. Okay. Here's on how much these animation packs will be. What happened there? Alright. It was kind of luring and they just died. Alright. Yeah, I guess that's one way. It's one way to do it. Not the most optimal way, but sure. The plan is to try to make Conqueror's Wish on this challenge account, but our progress has kind of, it's been set back a bit, so I have to regrind the Exile Deathplate since I deleted it for, well, specifically it was BGM that wanted me to delete it. Alright, well, I also forgot about the poll. This poll has been up for 12 minutes now. We're still at a standstill between Ringmaster and Rejuvenator or DG59. If anyone hasn't voted yet, just go ahead and throw in a vote somewhere, just so we can get this poll underway. So you gotta leave the call if phone's gonna die? Alright, that's fine, Nick. Thanks for coming. You know, time really flies. It feels like I just started the stream, but we've actually just been doing this for 40 minutes now. It's no, they do say that time flies when you're having fun. Am I having fun? Yeah, I would say so. I think being able to talk to everyone here in the chat does bring a bit of enjoyment. What's the worth of Chaosbringer right now? I give you the wiki's estimate. Give me 1 second. Let me grab my credit here on Unborn, and then I'll let you know about the value. The best way to find out value, by the way, is to join a Discord server that focuses on trading. You can probably find like a file or something on the contributor server or the main server where some players have posted, you know, like a document that outlines the value of certain items. Oh, heading over to the market here, and then going to floor 12.5. Chaosbringer. Right here it says that it's worth about 90 to 100 OML. Where can I join the contributor server? I can give you a link to it if it lets me create links. we go. Okay. Some Discord servers don't let you create links or invites, so there I just made an invite there. I hope that's the right one. I didn't double check. Going to do a check on the main account. Okay. Okay, it's the right one. Nice. Just wanted to make sure, just because sometimes I end up posting the wrong link and then it takes you to a very random Discord server. Says it's invalid. Try clicking on Nick's link. I don't know if this one worked. Okay. I might have probably inputted it wrong somehow, or someone just closed the link or something. I don't know if the server managers get a notification when an invite is created, but there's a possibility that the link I just created could have been canceled, but I don't know. Because I do that all the time, where in my Discord server, if a new invite is created, like a temporary one, I usually just close it out after like a day or two. By the way, if in the description of my stream, if you guys take a look at the Discord link, this link right here, 9s2khd, this code right here, that invite has existed for probably close to, I would say 3 or 4 years now, because I made that link pretty much permanent. That's a permanent link that does not expire, and I mean, it's existed for a long time now. Checking the invites on my server. Let me see how many people have used that invite. Okay, well, yeah, that sounds about right. That link that's in my description has been used 1,382 times. Well, you might be asking, you know, I only have 200 members in my Discord server. What happened to the other 900 who used the link? And to tell you the truth, that's a very good question. I don't know. I honestly can't give you an answer for that one. Oh, someone just got destroyed off their lure. Alright, well, tried his best, I guess. Also, getting credit with the Rapture is very good now. This is better than using the Blood's Influence. A lot easier. And, you know, we don't have to worry too much about the amount of players in the server. Because before, when I was using Blood's Influence, I would be concerned on how many players were farming the Unborn. Since the more players there are, the harder it is to get credit, since, you know, everyone's dealing damage. But because I have Atheon Legendary that's maxed out, it makes it a lot easier to get credit, regardless of how many players are here at Unborn. I'm curious on what will win this poll. The poll has been going on for 20 minutes. And we're still currently sitting at a standstill. One of these will win. It just depends on which one. I got a lot of drops on the main. I heard like a bunch of notifications go off. Okay. $14,880. We might have enough legendary crystals to max something else out if we need to. I need to start saving up my legendary crystals again just in case the raptor gets deleted and I have to upgrade a new Atheon legendary. I hope that, well, it depends on which legendary I get, because one caveat is that if we end up getting Leviathan from Atheon, then it's probably beneficial to try to farm for the Ravarus, since one of the items that we have in our inventory is the Perception. And to make an Ordnance, which is the tier 3 burst rapier, you need Perception, Ravarus, Leviathan, and a Flame. So, although we're going for the Conqueror's Wish, there is a possibility that we could also end up getting Ordnance as well. It just depends on what Atheon decides to give us when we get drops from it. Everyone here has Meteor Shot. Meteor Shot is definitely a very viable skill, especially for farming Atheon, because it lets you get some damage in. And sometimes it can even save you with getting credit. There are many instances, you know, in the past couple of streams where when I was farming Atheon, I would be around maybe 10k or 30k damage off of the credit before Atheon dies. And just having Meteor Shot to get that last bit of damage is very helpful. And Meteor Shot is also one of the easier skills to get. It's I think it's 1 in 250, but I don't believe it's the easiest skill to get. Curse might be easier. Yeah, Curse is much easier to get. It's 1 in 200, so about 50 or so better. Curse enhancement is also very risky, especially when farming Atheon. Even on my main account sometimes, since the Curse takes 12% of your health, of your max health, every 2 seconds. So regardless of what armor you're wearing, or what shields you have on, it will always take 12% away. See, so I'm not talking much. I'm checking the Discord server. Don't worry about it. You know, just take a look at the Discord server. You know, find some stuff in there. There's a lot of things that you can check out. You know, the channels that I am usually looking at are the what is it called? The game announcements, update leaks, and sometimes images. Oh, is that Sleepy? Wow. I didn't expect to see Sleepy this stream.
Who's sleepy?
He's a viewer who I met 2 streams ago.
Man, I can't pay.
I'm always here. Yeah, I mean, you're I remember you as the Pepe guy.
Right, you kicked me out of this. I'm coming back.
Alright, not a bad lure. It's a little off, but don't worry. Okay. I also messed up the positioning there. For some reason I thought I could tank those. I guess not. I'll just miss out on this one. I don't think we're gonna make it in time anyways. Follow the map. Alright. Resetting is faster than falling all the way down. You can kind of think of it like switching to your secondary is faster than reloading. Oh, the vote has shifted again. We are 33% on Ringmaster, 33% on Rejuvenator, GG59, 17% on Stinger, 17% on Achromatic Soul. Alright, I mean the poll still stands. We're not ending that poll until one of them has the lead. It'd be funny if that poll lasted the entire stream though. But I hope it doesn't, because we'll probably have to make another one near the end of the stream as well. I have to check on my main account again. At this point, I just check on my main account whenever. Even though normally I have a timer, but I don't want to make the timer on stream since it'll ring every 15 minutes. I don't think you guys want to hear my timer go off multiple times during the stream, because it does get a little annoying after a bit. Seems like I made it on time though for the next unborn. The walkway back to unborn from that checkpoint does take a little bit, especially if you're walking, since we can't speak glitch for this challenge. And the other thing is, I'm also playing the challenge account on the Roblox app, from the Microsoft Store. And one thing about the Roblox app is that you cannot speed glitch on the Roblox app using the modern method. So just for clarification, I typically distinguish the speed glitch methods in two different ways. I say the modern method and the traditional method. The modern method requires freezing the screen. So basically, some of you might know where you can press and hold the X button on the top right, where you exit the game, and then you can pull it back towards your screen to kind of freeze the game. You do that for about 4 or 5 seconds. You let go, and then you can speed glitch. That's the modern method. The traditional method is where you do the skill and then unequip from your inventory. The reason why I call that the traditional method is because I believe that's the first way that players did it when they first discovered how to do the speed glitch. But now more players, I believe, are using the screen freezing method to do the speed glitch. So yeah, you cannot do the modern version on the app, but you can do the traditional version. The traditional version is a little bit more difficult to pull off. At least for me it is, just because it requires a bit of timing versus the free screen, which the timing is a lot more lenient. Since the best way for me to illustrate it is, when you see the rings from the whirlwind spin skill, that's when you would freeze the screen. And the same applies for the traditional, but the thing is, for the traditional, you have to time it very precisely, because you have to unequip at that very moment. Otherwise, you're gonna mess it up. So, but that's just my personal opinion. Some of you might think that the traditional method is a lot easier than the modern method, and that's fine too. Everyone has their own unique styles, so you just use whichever method you feel is easier for you. For different weapons and just regular one hands, yeah. New way is much easier. Yeah, I would agree. Now so regarding the modern method, it is not something that I discovered myself. Funny enough, Silver was the one who taught me how to do that speed glitch. And this was back when I kind of first knew Silver. So back in 2018 is when I learned the modern speed glitch. Prior to learning the modern speed glitch, I don't think I didn't use the traditional method. I just kind of walked everywhere before I learned it, just because it was I don't know. The traditional method was just a little too difficult for me to pull off back in the day. Now, it's not as difficult because I put a little practice into it, but back then I was just too lazy to do it. Alright, we've hit 1 hour in the stream now. 1 more hour, and then we'll head over to Atheon. Back then, I enjoyed walking to places in the game. It felt much more complete. It is. It does feel that way, just because I think walking is most likely the most intended method for travel. I don't think the developers of this game anticipated the speed glitch being a thing. It was just kind of an anomaly that came into the game one day. And although they've done some updates to patch the speed glitch, patching in the sense that you rubber band whenever you do the speed glitch, it's still, the speed glitch has always been a very convenient method of traveling. And I think everyone kind of just uses it. Funny enough, I think the bat skill was actually the better travel method for some time, but because the bat skill was nerfed, it no longer surpasses the speed glitch, so everyone kind of transitioned back to the speed glitch after that. Since before, with the bat skill, you can actually just use a stamina build. So for example, if you use 2 apotheosis plus black crafters and then 2 galactic demolishers, you would have, I believe, like 250% stamina regen, and then that would last, your bat skill would last for probably around 2 minutes, I would say. So you can travel from one side of the map to the other and maintain like maximum speed. So yeah. What's the bat skill? The bat skill is a skill that came out during the Halloween event. So it dropped from Dracula's bats. No, it dropped from, I think it dropped from Dracula himself. I'm thinking of Dracula's cape. Let me see. Vampiric bat. It dropped from, yeah, Count Dracula. Vlad. So the bat skill, the official name for it is called Vampiric Rampage. It was a 0.1% chance, or 1 in 1,000, and it had a pity system on it. After 1,000 kills, you would automatically get it. But I had a hard time getting bat skill back in the day. There are actually some streams that I made during the Halloween, and you can kind of see how long it took me to get bat skill. That skill was mostly a mobility skill. It just allowed you to get from, you know, one side of the map to the other, but you know, after they nerfed it, a lot of players really stopped using it, and they just went back to the speed glitch. And the way that they nerfed it was they made it so that it consumes a lot more stamina. You have to go. Take care. Sorry I couldn't stick around most of the time. Good luck and have fun. Oh, I appreciate it, Master. You know, thanks for coming, and thanks for helping out with the farming as well. You have a great rest of your day. I'll catch you later. I don't know if the bat skill will ever make a return. There have been some rumors that the bat skill will get added back to some kind of enemy, maybe on floor 9 or floor 10. Because if you remember, the summon tree was actually added back. So originally summon tree came from the Evergreen Sentinels during the winter event, and then they added it back on floor 4 and floor 8. Floor 4 with the Birchman and the tree horses, and then on floor 8 with for Mog. So I don't know whether or not the bat skill is going to come back. That's out of my knowledge. That's something that probably only the contributors know. In terms of other skills though, I don't think Everfrost skill will make an appearance anymore. I believe Everfrost is kind of a one and done kind of deal where you can only get it during the event, and if you don't get it during that event, then you just don't have it. Same thing with the Infinity Slash. Infinity Slash was a one and done thing. If you did the Catacombs event, you got it. If you didn't do it, then you don't have it. But not a lot of players use the Infinity Slash. It doesn't really have much of a purpose other than to deal a good amount of damage, but it doesn't have any practicality when it comes to farming bosses or PvP. So no one really uses it. But if you compare the skill bar between the challenge account and my main account over there, you can kind of see a very clear difference, because the main account skill bar is a lot longer, and it can get even longer if I use dual wielding, because then the Infinity Slash would be added in. But to just kind of go through the list here, we got block skill, curse enhancement, Everfrost, summon pistol, summon tree, heal, spirit dash, Soulstorm chain, the spear skill, which the name of it is beam rush, meteor shot, vampiric rampage, and infinity slash once I dual wield and stuff, and then also the other skills as well from the other swords. What's going to be new in the next update? I actually have a list for that, yeah. So the next update that they're going to post is... Let me take a look here. So the next update will most likely release the next 12.5 floor. And then they'll also release the anime merchant as well. I don't know if you've participated in the merchant shop, but they're going to update the merchant with some new items. The 12.5 floor will rotate from Eternal Garden to the next 12.5 floor. I don't know exactly what that floor will be. I haven't really heard too much about it. But the way that the floor 12.5 works is it's going to be on a rotation system where essentially the floor is going to be there for a certain amount of time, and then afterwards it'll get switched out to like the next floor, and then it'll keep doing that and cycle through all the 12.5 floors. Regarding floor 13, I don't think we have an ETA on when floor 13 is going to come out, but I would assume that it would come out probably in 2025. Got an LC. Making a floor is a very time-consuming process. First, you have to actually make the floor, so the floor design, the terrain, the buildings, and then after all the environment is complete, then you have to figure out what mobs are going to be in there. You have to create all the mobs, do their animations, and then after that you have to figure out the weapons that are going to drop. So then you design the weapons, figure out their stats, and then input them into the game, and then after that you do a lot of testing to make sure everything works, and then after that I believe they release the floor. That's kind of a simplified version of what I believe. There's probably more to the process than what I just mentioned, but I think that's the kind of the gist of the development process. One thing I would like to see is maybe a video or something with the title "A Day in the Life of a Swordburst 2 Contributor." Most likely BGM would be the one to make that video. I would like to see what the work of a Swordburst 2 contributor is like. Just seeing exactly what they're working on, and what it takes to get features made. Because I've heard a lot of different things regarding the contributor team where basically this is just what I've heard, and maybe I'm wrong, anyone can correct me on this, but I think I've heard that Yato typically requests assets from people where, you know, you make the assets, right, whatever Yato requests, and then you send it to him, and then Yato probably adds it to the game and then updates it. Something like that. Most of the contributors do, you know, I kind of was a little confused on what the contributor team was like, because I had the assumption that they did meetings and such where, you know, like maybe once every week or so they would have a meeting to kind of determine where they want the direction of Swordburst 2 to go. But then I was told that most contributors just kind of do their own thing. They just work on whatever they feel like working on, and then whenever Yato requests for assets, then, you know, those get made and then they get sent to him. That's kind of what I've just, that's the summary of what I've heard, at least. There's probably more to it than that. A decent lure there. Took a good amount of damage there. Well, that's what happens when you try to lure. But the good thing about luring in this game is that it does give you an opportunity to deal damage before you drag it to everyone else. This is why I recommend that, you know, if you're a low-level player that doesn't have like a very strong weapon, you could be on luring duty, because that means you have the opportunity to hit the boss as you back up and bring it to them. And then the time that you spend hitting the boss can more or less help you get to the credit that you need to be at. Of course, make sure not to lure too slowly though, because sometimes there are players that will actually just step up.
It happened at Atheon last stream as well, where players just didn't wait for Atheon to go all the way back.
It just came up and we started fighting Atheon in the middle of the arena. After you get the armor, what's the next farm? We're planning to go to Atheon. So the plan right now is to get the armor, the Exile Deathplate, but we're gonna go to Atheon anyways, just because I do want to get some time allocated towards Atheon, just in case we end up getting Meteor Shot or Flame while we farm there. So once we hit 2 hours, which is in about 45 minutes from now, we're gonna switch over to Atheon. And then see if we can get an Atheon Legendary, or perhaps a Flame, or even Meteor Shot. Meteor Shot would be a big help, because it would help me get the credit easier a lot with Atheon, and then also just with Unborn. Since Meteor Shot is a range skill, it lets you deal damage from afar, so it would help a lot in many aspects. 3,510. Oh, looks like the poll shifted here. Ringmaster seems to have won the poll. There we go. And poll. And there we go. So yeah, we're gonna delete the Ringmaster and all the copies that we have. So let's search up Ringmaster. There we go. And delete. Almost clicked equip there. That would have been really bad. And there we go. Done. Around 3 hours is when I'll set up the poll for the deletion towards the end of the stream. Well, seems like our inventory got a little lighter. Inventory is an interesting concept in Swordburst 2, at least for my main account. On my main account I have a lot of items specifically from Eternal Garden, because farming these Eternal, or well, the Blossom Knights, you get a lot of commons, uncommons, and rares, and then when you farm them for a week and don't clear your inventory, they start to build up and then eventually start to lag up your inventory, which is what's happening on my main most of the time. There is a lot of lag happening there, and sometimes it's a bit tedious because the game would freeze for about 2 or 3 seconds whenever I open up my inventory and when I join a new server. There we go. I'm going to heal up a little bit. Took a lot of damage there because of the skill. Go 14,796. What do we have here? Sarker's Embrace, Digitalizer. That's Yokai, Odyssey, Sarker's Paradise. I have different weapons. Actually, is that Knight's Blossom? It could be. Alright, 40 minutes until we switch over to Atheon. Sometimes Unborn gets a little stuck in the center. I have to get him off of his center platform. Which is actually a very viable way to farm him as well. Most players farm the Unborn on the stairs like this, but another way to farm him is actually using the center, where there's a... How do I exactly phrase this? There's a point when he spawns where he's kind of stuck and can't move, and you can use that opportunity to actually farm him. But most players farm him on the stairs here because it's more consistent. Since once he's off center, it's nearly impossible to get him back on center. So once he goes loose, then you just have to bring him to the stairs and just farm him there. most of the players are. Typically, the players on floor 12 are pretty split among their mini bosses. You'll find a lot at Unborn. You'll probably find maybe even more at Hunter. Who else is there? Radioactive Experiment sometimes. I don't think anyone farms Limor. Sometimes Warlord as well. Looking for Vanquish Tunic Clean. Vanquish Tunic, I'll never forget it. I am currently wearing a Vanquish Tunic at the moment, but it was a very difficult struggle to get it, since, you know, it is 1 in 1,000. Join my all. Oh yeah. Yeah, funny enough, T-Man, there's also another player here in my main accounts. My main account's server that's named T-Man Box 01. So I guess we switched to topside farming here. I don't know when we did that. Let me switch over to Tree. He's an imposter. Alright, well, since we switched to topside, then I will do this. Since topside is more reliable when farming, you know, these three. Because, you know, you can see here that it's not going towards the left side, it's actually coming towards this way. We'll stick with this. I'm gonna use Tree for that. It's because of hitbox. Odyssey hitbox will not hit the Blossom Knights if I'm towards the front here. Like, the only time that the Odyssey hitbox will hit is if, like, they come directly, you know, if I come into contact with them. Like, where, for example, like, if I'm right in front of them, it will hit. But Tree makes it so that the hitbox is a lot bigger, so it hits. And I don't have Sakura's Paradise, so reasonably I should be using Paradise, since it's higher damage than, you know, the tier 3 burst, and also has a really good hitbox. But I just don't have it, so I'm just using Tree, since that's the only item that I have that does a good amount of damage and also has a good hitbox. Too weak for this, level 223. Well, yeah, 223 is a bit early for floor 12. I don't think you shouldn't be on floor 12 until at least like 250. But if you can make it work, then go for it. All it takes is dedication. True, it does take dedication. Honestly, you can go to any floor at any level, and you can pretty much beat any boss as long as you have the right approach to it. For example, I'm pretty sure you can farm Atheon as, you know, maybe like a level 15 or level 20 if you know how to work around Atheon. It's going to be a very difficult challenge to, you know, to fight Atheon at level 10 or level 20. It's going to take probably at least a couple hours to beat him, but it is definitely possible. I was level 241 on Saturday. Now I'm level 373. Nice. Well, that's good. Yeah, like 2 times EXP event is very good, especially because of the Vel, specifically like the merchant, since, you know, the merchant. I don't know what to say about the merchant. All I can really say is that, you know, merchant has been a good and bad thing for the game. Good in the sense that, you know, you can get more items now, and the game has received a larger player base. But bad in the sense that I suppose it does encourage more AFK farming. And there's nothing wrong with AFK farming. I don't have anything against it, but that's just kind of what the game has evolved to. And I don't know if there's any way to kind of alleviate that. Since I think if the developers were to add a way to, I guess, negate AFK farming, then I feel like the players would be pretty annoyed by it. Because everyone just wants to AFK farm nowadays. No one really wants to play Swordburst for what it is. The old days of Swordburst have now become long gone. The days where you would walk around with your friends and farm we're past this now. Facts. Yeah, because in the early days of Swordburst, I had a friend who introduced me to Swordburst too, and, you know, back in those days we would hop on and just farm together on floor 3, since Avalanche Expanse was the highest floor back in the day, and you could. I think there was a way that you could AFK farm on back then, but I mean, no one really did it since everyone was just kind of more inclined to play the game like for what it was back then. And then eventually floor 4 came out, then floor 5, and then, you know. So it's already like, but not as good as the event. I think I've kind of accepted the fact that, like, regardless of what luck you guys give me, it's probably not gonna work. So at this point, I'm just kind of depending on my own luck. I remember the struggles of the floor 2 double floor tower maze. Oh yeah, I do remember that. My friend and I actually mapped out the floor 2 maze back in the day, the one during the alpha days. We mapped it out and kind of wrote down the pathway in order to get to the boss. That was a fun time, being able to map out the layout and everything. Because there were so many players back then that got lost in that maze, and they were having a hard time getting through it. I remember it very vividly. those days, the strongest items back then were Sorrow Silk Tunic and a Lazarus, and those were rare items. It was also, I don't know if any of you remember from the alpha days, if you played during the alpha, but upgrading was very difficult back then. Now upgrading has more leniency to it, to where the lowest percent is around 60%. But back then, I believe the upgrading would go down by 10% every upgrade. So for example, at +1, it would be 100%. Then at +2, it would be 90. +3, 80, 70, 60, 50. And then, you get the whole picture here. But that was how upgrading was back in the day. And it was very difficult to get things maxed out because 1, you probably didn't have enough crystals. 2, you would fail your upgrades a lot. And it was just a very tough task. I did get one item to max back then. It was the storm. What's the Stormbreaker, which is an item that you get on floor 4 from the Bonelings. It was the first ever item that I maxed out to +10. I remember spam selling the Novice Sword upgrade my uncommons. True, yeah, that's right. Uncommon weapons were actually upgraded with common crystals back in the day, and then they eventually made the common crystal. That was for a long time too. The days where I would buy over 100 steel longswords just to dismantle them for common crystals and use them to upgrade. Those were the good times. I remember Twisted Pandora. I played Swordburst after I think because it's too poor to afford it. Twisted Pandora really created a lot of attention for Swordburst, and I think a lot of us Swordburst 2 YouTubers kind of felt inspired to make Swordburst content from Twisted Pandora. Even though, Twisted Pandora now is, I think he's long left Swordburst 2 behind, but I guess in a way, we're still carrying the torch. Not as good as he did, but we're trying our best. Remember Music Aura being rare? Yes, it was rare because it was the only good-looking aura back in the day, because this is when the original aura chest came out. The celebration chest that had confetti. I believe it had the heart aura in there, the flower aura, music aura, obviously. The reason why music was so popular was because it had a lot of different effects to it. When you equip the aura, you have music notes floating around your weapon. When you swing your sword, you have a music trail. So a lot of cool features. That's why a lot of players liked the music aura and wanted to get their hands on it. Nowadays, music aura is, well, pretty much worthless because there's a lot better auras like in the market today. But I will never forget that aura chest. But the one aura chest that I always keep coming back to is the early access chest. And for those early access players, if you check your burst store, you actually still have access to the early access chest. And there was a time a couple years ago where I actually got I got enough Robux to get all the EA auras, so I have all of them in my inventory. If I open up my menu here on my main, go over to store, you can actually see right. Let's see if I can find it here. Right here, early access chest has all the early access auras right here for 220 Robux. So a little bit cheaper than the auras that you see today, because I think the average aura price is 400 Robux. I have an early access aura. They're not tradable. I believe there was a point in time where you could trade early access auras with other early access players, but they've long gotten rid of that system. Now early access auras are only exclusive to yourself, so you cannot trade them. You cannot put them on a sword and trade them. Maybe there is a chance that the contributors might have the ability to do that, but as far as I know, normal players can't. And there was a little encounter that I had a few years back. I don't remember if it was after or before I started doing Swordburst 2 content, but there was a player on Helmfirth one day that I met, and essentially he was giving away early access auras, and all you had to do to get the aura was to prove that you were early access, and the easiest way to do that is by equipping the ruby edge, the ruby dagger, essentially. And I showed him the ruby edge, and then he sent me a trade, and he gave me galactic aura. So that was my first time getting galactic aura. So that was fun. I don't know where that player is or whether he continues to play Swordburst 2. I forgot what his username was, but he was giving away early access auras to early access players. It was a good time. I don't know what the rarest early access aura is. And what I mean by rarest is the one that's least owned by early access players. Because early access auras don't really have any value since they're not tradable, they don't have a price in the market. So it's just based on quantity. But I personally, the only early access aura that I don't see a lot of players using is probably galactic aura. I've seen a lot of infernal cursed flames. I've seen a lot of moonlit crescent, the one that I originally got when I first joined into Swordburst 2 on release day. I've seen moonlit crescent a lot. Dark polychrome I've seen a lot as well. Yellow shock, a lot of players have yellow shock, but I don't see a lot of galactic. Maybe there are a lot, but just based on my own research and exploration, I just haven't seen too many players have it. But if you do have galactic aura, you know, if anyone in the chat is an early access player and you have galactic aura, let me know. Also, early access auras were not the greatest in terms of design. The only thing that they really had going for them was the fact that they added a cool effect to the sword. You know, like when you equip them, it'll make the sword, you know, it looks like a standard aura. And also, I think it also updates your trail as well. So for example, if you have the Infernal aura equipped, your trail would be red or orange. If you have the yellow shock, it would be yellow. If you have blue crescent, it would be blue. Dark polychrome would be polychrome or rainbow. Cursed flames, green. And galactic would be like kind of orange brownish color to it, like a sand color. Those are the main selling points of it. All right. 18 minutes until we switch over to Atheon. So far, no drops from Unborn other than some legendary crystals. I don't mind getting legendary crystals, they do help with upgrading, and we actually do need some legendary crystals for later. Just in case we need to upgrade any other weapons that we get. Specifically, for example, if we ever make it to Azus on the Eternal Garden floor, having legendary crystals would be very useful. Although I can just, simply go to the Eternal Garden now. Well, I still need Meteor Shot, but like, logically, the easier option would be to go to Eternal Garden, get an Azus Legendary, and then just work with it, instead of getting a Tier 3 burst. But the reason why one of the requirements that I put for completing this challenge is a Tier 3 burst, is because I think it's a good way to end the challenge, because making a Tier 3 burst is not an easy task. You have to get a lot of items, you have to get flame, and I feel like in order for it to feel like a real ending to the challenge, you have to get a Tier 3 burst. What burst am I making? I'm planning to make the Conqueror's Wish, the Tier 3 armor. But if that doesn't turn out, then we can make Ordnance, the Rapier. It just depends on which items we get first. So for example, if we get Infernum first, we're most likely going to make Conqueror's Wish. If we get Leviathan first, then Ordnance. So just gonna have to hope that Atheon gives me something good. Well, I mean, to start here is Rapture, which, I mean, I could make the one hand, but I already upgraded the Rapture. Challenge yourself, try getting dual one hand. That's not going to happen. It's, the reason, like, I would do that if I still had more time, but right now we're pretty much on a ticking, I don't want to say ticking time bomb. We're in a pretty rough spot, because one of the rules is that, if I unlock the next floor, I have to delete an item every time I don't move to that floor in the stream. So, the more time that I spend here on floor 12, the more items I'm deleting. So at this point, I'm just trying to get whatever Tier 3 burst is the most accessible to me. And right now, that is either Ordnance or Conqueror's Wish. If I try to get the dual one hands, there's a chance that I can end up losing everything here in the inventory, and then possibly even just failing the challenge because of soft locked. But I'd rather just get this challenge finished. I mean, we've been doing this for almost 5 months now. I think it's about time that we finish this series for good. The original plan was also to try to finish the series by Wednesday, this Wednesday, because since Wednesday is the first day of, or is it the last day? No, it's not the first day of July, right? Yeah, July has 31 days. So Wednesday is the last day of July. And I want to try to finish that day, but based on what we're looking at right now, in terms of the items that we have, it's not going to happen. We're not going to finish. How do you play 2 accounts on 1 device? So the main account is played on the Roblox installer, and then the challenge account here is played on the Roblox app from the Microsoft Store. So, you know, the one that you download from Roblox.com, that's the main account, and then if you have a Windows device, then you can go to the Microsoft Store and download Roblox from there, and then you can run a second instance. You can also do another thing. Some players do this to play like 5 accounts at once. It's called Roblox Account Manager, and essentially what it does is it keeps a list of the accounts that you want to play on, and then all you have to do is input the ID of the place. So for example, you put the ID to like Blox Fruits, then you have an account, then you pick the account you want to launch, click the play button, and it launches Blox Fruits on the account that you picked. And then for example, let's say you wanted to play Brookhaven or something on another account. You just put the ID to Brookhaven, select the account you want, press play, and now you have a second instance of Roblox using that account that you picked. Though I do not recommend using a Roblox Account Manager. I believe it is safe because most people trust it, and I haven't had any trouble with it. But the reason is because Roblox Account Manager is a third-party service, and it's not officially licensed or made by Roblox. So by using a third party, you're putting your account at risk of potentially being hacked. So if you do use a third party program, just be wary of that. But since I'm using Roblox from the Microsoft store, and also the downloadable from Roblox.com, which are both developed by Roblox, I don't feel at risk. And this is just going for anyone out there that uses a third-party service with Roblox. Just make sure to be careful. We might have to come down because there's a player here that's just AFKing in the middle. I got my credit though. It's up to everyone here. I don't know if you want to come down, T-Man. He's handling it pretty well. We could just farm it like that. $15,394. 10 minutes before we switch to Atheon. I'm always listening in on my main account, like my main account Swordburst, because as soon as I hear that tribute sound effect, then I know for a fact that it's Chaos Bringer. But every time I get a notification, it's just, you know, that normal drop sound effect.
But there is a time that, you know, we will get that notification, that tribute one. I don't know when, but
It's bound to happen eventually. Oh, man, just kind of dropped down there. Oh, alright, well, he's on the move. heal. I'm surprised it went back here. Just make sure I have my credit. There we go. Got an LC out of it.
I'm quite excited to move on to Atheon now. Because every time we slay Atheon, there's always that small hint of anticipation on whether or not you get the item that you want. And if it's Flame, or Infernum, or Meteor Shot, then it'll be a good time. It just all depends on whether or not the game decides that I'm worthy to get the drop. That might sound a little far-fetched to say, but I'd like to think that Swordburst likes to test my patience when it comes to drops. It sure did when it came to the Everfrost skill, I mean. And also the fact with Requiem as well. Requiem, Summon Tree. There's many instances of this game testing whether or not I have the capacity to continue the challenge. Because this challenge is, I will admit, it has both its easy and it's difficult times. But all in all, I will feel accomplished once we finish. Once we finish this. My 6th Augustus. Well, T-Man, I think the game is trying to hint at what it wants your next burst to be. I don't think my bank account is ready for another burst. Well, I can double AFK to get another chaos. Alright, sounds good. I usually don't do the double. I only do double farming when it comes to the challenge. I used to do it back then, but I kind of stopped doing it because of the Roblox app. Sometimes the Roblox app crashes for some unknown reason. I don't know if they fixed the crashing issue yet, but sometimes you're just playing and then all of a sudden the app just crashes and you have to relaunch it and rejoin the game and everything. Well, we have some strong opinions over here about Swordburst 3. Swordburst 3 is horrible. I wasted 400 bucks on it. Bucks, like not $400, 400 Robux. I want my refund. Ah, man. Yeah, like Swordburst 3. Everyone has their own opinions on what Swordburst 3 is like for them. If I had to give a rating of Swordburst 3 from 1 to 10, I'd give it a 5.
know, I wouldn't say that it's a terrible game, but it's not anything that makes me want to continue playing it. It has its own, you know, gameplay loop, and there are I'm pretty sure there are plenty of players who enjoy the Swordburst 3 gameplay loop, and then there are others who dislike it a lot. It really just depends on how do I put this? It depends on your enjoyment of certain games and whether or not you like the loop and the whole gameplay experience. You going for tier 3? I am, yes. I am trying to get an Exile Death Plate to make the Conqueror's Wish, but so far we're getting quite unlucky with the drops. But let's hope we can get something from Atheon. We're going to do one more Unborn, and then we'll move on to Atheon after that. Got it. Alright. Let them slay that. 15,000, 144, no drops. Alright, it's time. Nice, and a chest back here too. 3,900 Val. I'm going to go AFK for a second here once we get to Atheon. Alright, give me one moment. Okay, we're ready. How many players are here? Alright, this is a good amount. We can make something work. Alright, so our main plan here is just to work on our positioning. So fighting Atheon, at least for me, because I have a sort of weak armor, I have to be very careful about my positioning. Since if I step too close to Atheon, I'm going to take a lot of damage, and if I'm too far, then I won't deal any damage to him. So it's all about maintaining a good position where you can deal damage to Atheon, but then not take damage. And the easiest way to do that is by luring him to the wall here, because this wall is pretty consistent, since it allows you to block Atheon from coming to you, but you can also deal damage back if your weapon is long enough. Since I'm using Rapture though, I don't know if the range will necessarily help me here, but we'll try our best. I don't know where they're going with Atheon there. I guess we're all going. positioning. I also have to make sure that I don't use too much of my stamina either, because we also have to conserve stamina to make sure that we have enough to spare dash out of the nuke if he does it. Like so. Okay, now once he uses the nuke, I can at least use the block for just a little bit, so I can get a lot of damage off. Okay, we're up to 3 mil. Conserving stamina, starting to build it back up. Don't want to use Sword Storm Chain. Nice, okay. So we use nuke for a third time. I think 3 times in a row. Alright. Gotta be careful here. Uh-oh. We just had enough to spear dash out. Okay, let's go ahead and use block here. Alright, never mind. I thought we had enough to make it to credit, but I underestimated the or overestimated the stamina bar I had. That was my mistake. Okay, it's fine though, but because, I mean, Atheon still has a lot of health remaining, so we'll be fine. Just gotta go ahead and... there we go. Stay away here. Build up my stamina again. Ooh, narrowly dodged that one with just a roll and some sprint. This position could work. No, wait. He's too close to me. Okay, hold on. I need to drag him this way. There we go. Just enough to be outside the range of the nuke. It's too close again. Alright, well, we already have our credit, so we don't necessarily need to keep fighting him. Hey, Strunk, welcome to the stream. He's doing his eruption move. And nice, we got 72,882. Checking our pity on Atheon for the flame. We're sitting at 80 actually. I think I told Nick at the beginning of the stream that we were around 50, so I wasn't completely off. We're at 80 now. Assuming that we keep farming Atheon for the next 2 hours, we're probably going to hit 100. Account still nothing. I'm gonna check 15.4, 10,000, so 25. 25,000 total kills. If you add up both Eternal and Ancient. Whoa. It's always funny when the scarf glitches out like this. He's coming. Might do another skill, so just want to watch out. Yeah, okay, he's gonna do his dash skill, that's fine. Activate block. Okay, this positioning is okay. It's not great, but we can work with it. We just have to build our stamina back up. Okay, he's doing his dash skill again, that's fine. Good. Nice. Okay, we're dealing good damage. Oh. Good. Okay, eruption move. I'm gonna go ahead and spear dash out of there just in case. Because I was having a bit of trouble finding a good spot there. 3.8. Oh. 0.9. 4. Spear dash. Good. Once we get Infernum and equip it, it'll help us drastically. 4, 4, 5, and got it. Okay, that's fine. We got the credit just before we died. Now there is one caveat though, and that's if Atheon dashes, because there is an instance where when Atheon dashes, it actually causes you to lose some credit. That's only if he dashes in the opposite direction, like he does his long dash. Because most of the time he does a short dash if you have him facing the wall. But if you turn him around and have him do his long dash, then there is a chance that you can end up losing some of the credit that you build. From my experience, it's around 400,000 that you lose, which for some players is not too difficult to build back. We have no stamina. Used it all on the block. I'm playing a little bit more reckless just because I already have my credit. I feel like it justifies that. I just hope he doesn't do his long dash. There we go. 115, 420. 81 pity. Nope. We have strong here. How you doing, Strunk? Trade. More. How much damage are you doing with the spear, Strunk? Is it the same as like the final star in Niflheim, or 35k? Okay, that's pretty good. Right, Atheon is here. I might as well go join the crew. Just so I can get some early credit. We got about 800,000 out of that, which is not that bad. Gotta watch for his skill. Might do long dash. Okay, does nuke instead, that's fine. There we go. Running for meteor or something else. We're running for 3 things. Meteor shot, flame, and inferno. Okay, that's a lot of placements in one spot. It's kind of bad. Need to regain my stamina. Oh, one shot. Nuke. Okay. Just hold on. Point 4. I need to regain stamina. 4.4, 5, 6, 7, 50. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna sit back. I'll just help out a bit. I want to make sure that I'm still hitting him so I can see my credit. Check on the main account after this as well. Let's teleport. Nuke. We're getting a little better at anticipating his attacks. Better than how it was last stream. Since last stream or the last 2 streams, we've just been dying repeatedly. So we're getting a little bit better with knowing the position of our character relative to APMs. Alright, let's check on the main account. Still nothing in the drops. In terms of Vel though, 106. Welcome back, Sleepy. All right, 82 pity. So Flame is something that I'm not as worried about. It's more of Infernum and Meteor Shot that I'm concerned, because Flame will get eventually. As long as we keep farming APM, we'll get closer to it. We can't say the same for Infernum and Meteor Shot, since these can drop at any point. So, for all we know, I can end up getting Flame first, and then Meteor Shot and Infernum can come maybe 2 or 3 streams after this. Alright, I'm gonna go join the crew on the lure. Being at the front lines lets me get early credit. That's why. If the longer I wait, the more likely that I am going to miss it. So that's why I want to get this early credit here. At least get a million or so of early credit. Okay, this is a bit much.
What I miss?
Just farming boss.
Oh, it's still here, huh?
Okay, nice. Thank you to everyone who put down the summon tree, by the way. That's very helpful. I got my stamina all the way back to max. Okay. Skill soon. Gonna do his something. Nuke. That's I did a bit of an early dash, but we still made it work. Shield. The block. At least get up to 3 mil before my next death. There we go, 3 mil. Okay. Drop the I was gonna say drop the shield, but drop the block because I was concerned on what he was gonna do next. But unfortunately, he didn't nuke, so caught me off guard there. You may also notice I'm not using any of my skills, and that's because using my skills will burn away my stamina. And I need the stamina for block, since right now Atheon's position is a bit sporadic, where he's just moving every second, and trying to anticipate where he's going to move and finding the position makes it very difficult. So at this point, it's just kind of doing all I can to reduce the damage that I'm taking, since I'm inevitably going to take damage, so it's just trying to mitigate that as much as I can. There we go, we got 750, hold on, there we go, 750. That was about 1 hit off. It's these types of maneuvers that you have to do when you don't have the gear that's strong enough to fight Atheon, so in a way it feels like a real boss battle, not some AFK farming experience like I've done many times over. It's nice to have a change of pace. In about 40 minutes, we're going to set up the final poll for the item deletion, where you guys get to pick what item I delete at the end of the stream, since we're most likely not going to be able to move on to Eternal Garden. If we can at least get one of the 3 that we're looking for, whether it's Flame, Meteor Shot, or Infernum today, then that would be great. Managed to get ourselves another Legendary Crystal. Got Meteor Shot, nice. Congratulations, Drunk.
I got mine though.
Here's using something. Yeah, okay, everyone here is using a pretty considerable weapon. We have Soccer's Paradise, I believe that's Embrace. This is a winter event item. Gungnir. This is Hippo, I believe. I forgot the name of the full name of it. It's Hippo. Hippo that comes from the tree on Eternal Garden, which, funny enough, I have never farmed the tree. Hippolyta, I think that's how you say it. I don't know. I'm not good with weapon names. but it's a pretty cool weapon. You know, it's some of its design is relatively simple, but sometimes simplicity is best. What's your craziest drop on stream? By far, it has to be this one, the Purple Sacred Berserk, because this drop, if you get it from a mini boss, it's, I believe, 1 in 25,000, but I actually got it as a drop from a regular enemy. So instead of a 1 in 25,000, it became a 1 in 40,000. So it makes it a little bit more impressive. That is our best drop by far, and I don't think anything is going to exceed that. Too close. Oh wow. Okay. I had no. I don't think I had a way to dodge that. I didn't have any stamina to sprint or to roll really. So just kind of had to accept my fate there. Doing his eruption move, that's fine. Oh, he put. Oh, okay. Surprisingly, we did not take damage. I thought we were well within range of that, but managed to survive, which is great. How many chaoses do you have in your main? I have none. I have not gotten a chaos just yet. We're currently looking for our first one right now. In terms of total kills, we're hovering at around like 25,000 kills. So a little unlucky, but we still have at least a week to get our chaos. I'm not too worried about it, since the main reason why I'm going to Eternal Garden is just to get Vel, and since I already have 2 tier 3 shields, I feel like that's good enough. I realize that Chaos Bringer is very good in terms of its stats and, you know, defense, but there's nothing in this game that necessarily brings about, like, a difficult challenge other than Azus. Azus still does a lot of damage, but I'm not farming Azus that often, so I'm not too concerned about defense. There we go, we got our credit. But what I am concerned about is probably the next rotated floor for 12.5, since I don't know whether or not that map is going to have AFKable spots, because right now on Eternal Garden we do have AFKable spots on the trees, or on the trunks of the trees, but can't really say the same for the next map since we haven't seen it yet. So I suppose once the map releases, we'll have our answer. So far though, nothing too impressive yet. Our Vel count is going up quite high. We're at 23 mil, which is almost enough to make 2 tier 3s. We only need 14 million to make 1 tier 3. But we're also getting more Vel as a potential backup, maybe, to try and also perhaps remake the cyber suit. If I wanted to, but right now, based on the progress that we've made, I don't think I want to try to remake the cyber suit, since I mentioned this last stream, but I feel like we're gonna dedicate one stream to making the cyber suit, and I feel like that's too much of a risk. So for burst crafts, do the items have to be clean or does it not matter? They have to be clean, yes. So you cannot use maxed out items, maxed out legendaries to craft. They must be clean. I did not have any stamina left. That's unfortunate. Oh, I got the early credit in, so I don't know if that was worth it or not. I had about 600,000. Alright, fantastic. He decided to nuke as soon as I came in, and it's sort of bad for me because I don't have any more stamina to work with. But, okay, I'm gonna put down a summon tree as well, just so we can at least have some good regen. Wow, that placement is unfortunate. And pretty much one shot here, so if he gets too close, I'm just gonna end up dying. Trying to figure out. I'm doing a little bit of limit testing here to figure out where the best range is. That's too close. This one might be a tough one because we might miss this. There doesn't seem to be too much health remaining. He's at about 30%, but that may or may not be enough for us to get the remaining credit. We will see though. Well, at the rate that we're going, I think we got it. Assuming that he doesn't nuke again. And there we go. Okay, dashed. Luckily we didn't lose any credits. Yeah, credits remained. You can tell if you lose credit if you pay attention to the credit bar here, and if it goes down by 400,000, then that means you'll have to remake it. This point. Okay. Almost. We got very close, but not enough. The thing about escaping Atheon's nuke attack is that you have to have, like, the moment he launches the nuke attack, you have to respond. If you're 1 second late to respond, you're probably not going to make it out. Has to be, if you don't have Spirit Dash, then it must be an instant response. Spirit Dash, you can be like a half second or 1 second late and you'll probably be fine. It also depends on where you are relative to his nuke attack, because if you're in the very center of it, then it's very difficult without Spirit Dash. If you're, on the edge, then much simpler. So it seems like in 2 streams, well, three streams, I think. I had to make sure how many times we've been to Atheon. About 3 streams, we've gotten 80 pity. So, assuming that we do 80 every 3 streams, that's going to take us about 12 streams or so to hit pity. But that's only because we're only spending half of the stream farming Atheon, because the other half is unborn. If we spend the whole stream here, then it'll go by even faster. By the way, T-Man, what's your current pity on Flame? I assume yours is built up a bit. How is it possible to play 2 Robux accounts on 1 PC? So the main account that you see on the left, that is being played on the downloadable one, so the one that you download from roblox.com. And the one that you see on the big screen here, this is being played on the Roblox app. So the one that you get from the Microsoft Store if you're using a Windows computer. So if you search up Microsoft Store and then go in there and search up Roblox, you can download Roblox and use it as a second client. Now, you could also do a third-party software. The one that I use for third-party is called Roblox Account Manager. That one you can pretty much play as many accounts as you want at once. But I mentioned earlier in the stream that using a third-party Roblox account managing software is a bit risky because Roblox doesn't own or license that. So you're putting yourself at risk. For example, if that third-party software gets breached in a way, then you might be putting your account at risk because it could get hacked. So just be wary for anyone using third-party Roblox account software. If anything, if you want to play on multiple accounts, I would just recommend using the 2 that you have access to, which is, you know, the Roblox downloadable client from their website, and then also the Microsoft Store version of it. Those are the 2 that I personally recommend. But if you want more, then you can always just use the Roblox account manager. So it depends on how lenient you are in regards to your account security. Because there have been instances where like players have gotten banned for using third-party Roblox software sometimes. I don't know how often it happens, but I do know that it does happen. So, something to be wary of. I believe it was called multi-Roblox. That was what was causing some players to get banned. Well, the best way to know is just to research the Roblox terms of service and then use that as a reference point to determine whether or not the third-party software complies with those terms of service. Alright, luckily Atheon did not lose. I didn't lose any credit on Atheon when he dashed. That's good. 64,686. We're gonna do a check on the main account right now. Nothing new here. So we'll keep going. 107 million on Bell. A bit of stuff here. Something else we can end up getting as well is, I was about to say Star Cutter, Opposer, since we have Reconciler here. But the bad part about that is, typically I see like Star Cutter as being the least owned material for burst weapons. I see a lot of Igalimas, Augustus, what else? Perception. I see a lot of those, but Star Cutter is something that I do not see very often. Same thing with Sophus. Mostly it's because of Radioactive Experiment. It is a 1 out of 1,000 drop to get Star Cutter. Do we want to try to get Star Cutter if we end up getting Exodus from Atheon? Maybe, we could. There is a chance that we could try to get that, but I have never dropped Star Cutter on any of my accounts. I have dropped Sophus before. That was about a few months back. But I have yet to get a Star Cutter. So it'll be an interesting farm if we try to get Star Cutter. But it depends on what Atheon wants to give us. If we get Exodus, then we're most likely going to go down the Opposer route. Since we're trying to go for anything that's the closest to making a tier 3. So the more progress that we make on a certain weapon, the more likely we're going to lean on that as the primary objective. Have enough health left to work with, but I'm running out of stamina. Oh man, okay, I'm at 0%. Need to recover. There we go. Get some health there. Atheon just keeps teleporting for some reason on my screen. I don't know if that's a ping issue. Okay, and there, got it, 750. Okay. I saw I had a lot of stamina there, so that's why I just kind of kept going with it. Okay, we're still at 750, good. That's fine. We can finish the rest of it off and then we'll be okay. 66, 324, no drops. Oh, BGM is playing Swordburst too. Where is BGM at the moment? I have to check on my main account. Where is our buddy BGM? Oh, never mind, he left. Well, he was playing Swordburst too. Oh, I just realized I didn't loop the music. I don't know how long we've been streaming without music, but I realized that I forgot to press the loop button when I first played it, because the music only lasts an hour and 13 minutes.
Only?
17, yeah, 17 minutes, and then we'll switch over to. Okay, well I still got hit by that. 17 minutes, and then I'll make the poll for the deletion. Where did he go? Oh, okay. I don't know how he got there. Master of Illusions over here. I don't think there was a need for me to use Spirit Dash. Okay, my 2 mil. Uh-oh. He's right on top of me. Okay. We'll just take our death there. Build up our stamina again. Dash away. And yeah, okay, I lost 300,000 from that. Wow, okay. That one was kind of unexpected. Okay, this is probably gonna cut close. Wow, okay, he's had to dash again. Yeah, we're not making it. Not after that one. He's been dashing a lot. Almost to dash away, but yeah, there's no chance. There's only 1 bar left, and we still have to make up at least another million. That was my bad because I died too many times, wasn't careful. I kept dying to his dash. So the problem with that Atheon was because when he dashes, I lose credit on it, and when I lose something like 100,000, 300,000, that is a pretty large amount for me. Since right now my weapon only does 31,000 damage compared to like everyone else here who's probably dealing. Well, I mean, we have some like Gungnir's over here, but Sakura's Paradise is about 52. Embrace is around the 40s, so it's a little tough to make up the damage. It's fine though, but you know, we'll get better at it as we continue to do more Atheons. It's fine if we miss 1 or 2. All right, let's check. It's time. Someone else is using tree over here. That's great. Alright. I gotta be ready to dodge once he uses his skill. Oh, I couldn't get out of that. Yeah, there was no chance. My roll came out just a little bit too late. Hold on, I I have a notification on Discord. I'll check that in a little bit. Let's work on positioning here. Careful of the eruption. The eruption move is probably the one that I would prefer for him to use, since nuke is about a 50-50 on if I survive, and dash causes me to lose credit, so eruption is the best option to come out. There we go. It's a little clunky to dodge sometimes, but we can make it work. Careful here, we have no stamina left. 4 mil. Okay, eruption again. Ooh, he put one right on top of me. It's unfortunate. Fine. There's still a lot of health left, so we should be able to clean this one out. Okay, there we go. He might skill one more time before I get the credit. Let's hope I can get it before he does. Okay, I lost about 500k from that. I was one away from getting credit. This is one of the reasons why players bring Avion to the wall, because the wall prevents him from doing these long dashes and stuff. It's okay. That's probably enough for me. I'm trying to make sure I can avoid his nuke if he does it. Okay, eruption. There we go. It's 117, 850. Notifications. Okay. Okay. Got a ping from Sacred Legacy. World 1 progress. Not bigger than you think. Ready to experience a unique MMORPG. Tester application soon. Nice. Looking forward to it. Seems like they're making good progress on Sacred Legacy. I'm gonna apply for tester? Okay. Sounds good. I would do, like, you think I'll get in? Maybe. I would apply as well, but I don't think I would make for a good tester. Mostly because I have a lot of obligations. Or I just have a lot of things that I'm doing. So trying to dedicate time to being a tester would probably not be ideal. I get too distracted. So, but I'll just experience the game as a normal player when it comes out in alpha. Best option there was just to dash forward, since that's where I could just dodge his hitbox without having to move side to side. Takes a little longer to walk back to him. There we go. Now we're using wall strats. Okay, nice. Dodge. Use my Source Storm here, because I feel like we're a bit safe. change that slightly. He keeps putting it on top of me for some reason. I don't know why.
Wow, bro, really around that win. That is crazy. Unbelievable. You won once, bro.
You comes out. There we go. Good.
Oh shit, it's a Japanese player. Oh shit. Oh, he's cooking.
Still a lot of health left. We can work with this. Yeah, like wall strike here, this is best by far strategy because again it just lets you get hits in without getting hit yourself, and also whenever you need to dodge the nuke, you just dodge from towards the left or towards the right. You could also dodge straight, but you could also end up running into something like if someone puts a summon tree down, you could end up just spear dashing into that. And if you dodge back, you'll just end up hitting the wall. So, left or right?
There was once a day that I would pray for you. I'd go and misbehave just so you'd notice too. Sneaking looks up and down from across the room. Damn, what a hell of a view. I feel good.
Gosh.
You look great. I like you. I can't wait. A first time, a first date. You're so fine. I'm so late.
Okay, that's fine. I had just enough health for him to KO me there. Nuke attack. 4 minutes and then we'll set up the poll. And we'll go into our last and final hour. We go 69. Nice, then we got Judgment. Okay. I don't know if that's something to be excited about, but we got a drop at least. Does Judgment help us in any way? Not really, because we have to get Sasawano from better range, yes, better range. But we do have to upgrade to max, since, well, I mean... And I don't want to use a floor visit right now, since I think we only have one more floor visit. So we'll keep the Rapture for now, and this will be our backup weapon. But in order to make this into a tier 3, we have to get Sasawano and also Sophis, with two weapons that, in my opinion, are fairly difficult to get, so it's not going to happen. Pity wise, in terms of flame, we have 89. Judgment has a higher crit, so technically it's a better weapon. It's not a rule break. Well, we judge it based on the highest number. So the highest number here is the damage, 15,000. So since, you know, 31,000, 15,000, it doesn't apply. Do you know what would be a very interesting idea though for this game? If there was a mobile forge in a way, where, you know, instead of having to go to Helmfirth or to Arcadia, you would just open up a menu, and you would be able to dismantle or craft whatever you need on the go. It's, you know, I mean, it kind of takes away at the point of Arcadia and Helmfirth, takes away at one of their more used features, but it would be nice to have rather than having to run back and forth between floors. Wow, I barely survived that one. I think I was a pixel dying there, but luckily we clutched that out, and we're Atheon makes me eat my words here. Okay, I almost walked back in there. Oops. Luckily though, we walked back just right after he did it. It's the eruption right on top. That is quite the attack. I will say though, I'm not going to consider the judgment a W just because it's not an item that we necessarily need. It's good for range, but it's not one of the 3 that we need. So no W yet. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Alright, I gotta check up on the main account very quick. Alright. I hope he didn't dash while I was checking on some things. Okay, that's fine. Short dash. $13,402. Alright, we're at 3 hours. Let me start making the poll here. What item should I be next? So we have Rapture, Vanquish. Tunic. One equipped. Accessories. One of the items in the inventory. Okay, here we go. You guys are free to vote. I'll leave this poll up for,
This guy's so laggy.
let's say 10 minutes, since we still have a lot of time with the stream. So I'll leave this up for 10 minutes. Whichever has the highest pick. Your Raptor is max, right? It is max, yes. A clean Atheon Legendary deals less damage than a maxed out mini boss Legendary. If it was clean, we could just delete it so we can use Judgment. Yeah, that is true, but unfortunately, you know, deleting Rapture would create a lot of problems because then we would have to resort back to Blood's Influence and maybe potentially even have to use a floor visit, which is kind of bad as well. Okay, short dash. Good. Short dash. Yeah, this is probably our best method of farming right here, where we cluster up like this against the wall. You can clearly see here I'm dealing damage. I also take a little bit of damage depending on where he's standing, but for the most part it works out. You get credit pretty quick, and then when he nukes, you just do that. When he nukes, that's when everyone kind of either dies or scatters apart, and then the cluster is ruined in a way, but we can just reassemble. Okay, nuke again, and there. Easy. And we got our 4750, and you can see here we still have, 40% of the health remaining. So. Good, good, good. Alright, didn't really do a good job of dodging that one. Make sure I was out of range there. Okay, just barely dodged that one. Almost didn't have enough stamina to roll. One oh one 806. New drops. Okay, let's check the main account. Nothing yet. By the end of today, we're looking to try to reach maybe 120? 120 million Bell on the main. Like the vote has shifted here. Inventory, rapture. Alright, the votes are starting to speed up here. 25% rapture, 25% equipped accessory, 50% inventory. Okay. 5 more minutes until we close this poll. I think the best way to dodge would probably be to dodge diagonally towards the way that he's dashing. That way I can not have to waste any time walking back. And back any drops. We got a judgment on the challenge account. So something. It's not exactly what we needed, but we'll take it. I would like to try to get 1 million before we end up getting our first death here. Okay, yeah, 1 million. Good. We're not all the way back towards the wall, but okay, nearly escaped that. I think if I stayed there for about another millisecond, I would have died. Let's bring him to the wall if we can. Or not. Okay, alright. He just starts putting a bunch of these eruptions on me. Alright, I should have probably pressed healed there. I thought I would have enough to at least live with about 5% left, but seems like he had other plans for me. Oh wow, he put an eruption way back here. Alright. So that's how he wants to play. Right, 2 more minutes until we close poll. The reason why we're starting the poll, you know, all the way back here in 3 hours, because when it comes to narrowing down the poll, especially for the last option, the inventory one, it takes a while to narrow everything down. So that's why we have to make sure that we start early on the poll. I used to make the poll at the very beginning of the stream, but because a contributor can show up at any moment, I decided to make it at the very last hour. Very, very careful here.
Bro, you won. How come you left? I don't understand, man. Unbelievable.
Okay. We're about to back up here. There we go. One health bar left. Let's hope he does not dash. If he dashes, then we might end up losing our credit. And it has happened before where we're on the last health bar, he does a long dash, and then I end up losing the credit that I just made. Quite the unfortunate situation sometimes, but as long as we keep Atheon anchored down, then we should be fine. Alright, well, poll is tied for right now. The next one will be the one, whoever wants to break the tie on this. It's already hit 10 minutes, so we shall see here. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow. I stream on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. things are getting quite intense here. Anything can happen. I'm waiting to see who's going to break the tie. We're gonna try to finish this up on Wednesday, but I don't know what happened. If anything, based on the progress that we have right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we managed to make it all the way to mid-August for this challenge. Since we have to get ourselves an Exiled, plus get Infernum, then also Meteor Shot and also Flame as well. So there's a lot of items to gather up, and we're also at risk because of the Eternal Garden unlock. What's the finishing goal for this challenge? So the way that this challenge ends is 3 conditions. I have to be level 400, I have to get a tier 3 burst, and I have to make it to floor 12.5. Those are the 3 conditions. So making it to 400 and floor 12.5, those are relatively easy. The tier 3 burst, on the other hand, is the more difficult portion, because remember, we have to get a lot of items from Atheon, and we also have to, you know, have enough Vel to be able to make those items. And, you know, also the fact that farming Atheon unlocks Eternal Garden, and then that puts us at risk because we have to delete a weapon every time we end the stream without leaving to Eternal Garden. The rules are in the description if you want to get a more detailed explanation. I just kind of gave a brief rundown of what I'm kind of dealing with. I don't think I have enough. Okay, I rolled into this part right here, which is a wall, so it kind of staggered my my roll a little bit there. Nice, someone just soloing. Wow. That's very impressive. You know, it feels like Atheon likes to read my mind sometimes, because that interaction was kind of staged in a way where he noticed that I used my Spirit Dash, and then because it's on cooldown, he decided to nuke, and then I couldn't Spirit Dash to save myself. He has Clairvoyance. Uh-oh. We have to heal. There's a lot of health left, so we'll just kind of relax a little bit here. Okay, I think we should go back in. It's tough to go back in when you have half health and half stamina, because pretty much 1 or 2 shots and I'm pretty much dead. Gotta be really careful. And there, got it. Okay, let's back up and heal. Quick. I need to check on the main account after this. I don't know how long it's been since I last checked. I gotta make sure it doesn't go idle. Oh, man. Okay, whatever. I'll just accept my fate. Well, we already got a credit. As long as he doesn't long dash, we're fine. On to the last health bar here. Okay, I think we've secured it. Okay, and then yeah, just last hits and we're good. There we go, 116. Oh nice, the pole shifted. Alright, we're on to inventory items. Okay. So let me go ahead and make the next poll then. Let me see. So next poll should be rarity. Which rarity of inventory item should I delete? And we're gonna combine a few things. So we're gonna combine common and uncommon. We're gonna go rare, legendary, and then we're gonna also combine burst and tribute together. Okay, here we go. So, next poll is up. You guys are free to vote. Again, let this poll sit for about 10 minutes. If it doesn't, if there's a tie at 10 minutes, we'll keep going until the poll shifts, and then after that we'll end the poll. If you haven't spawned in, here we go. About 40 minutes until we end the stream. So just enough time to probably get one more item maybe. I have to check my main account. Forgot to do that. Go, pity wise, 93. Don't know if that's enough to make it to 100. We might get like 97. Oh, okay. Every time Atheon disappears, I just kind of question where he goes because sometimes he likes to teleport all over the place. Likes to be very mischievous, very kind of like an illusionist in a way. Up here, make sure rebuilding our stamina. Okay, I'm glad we rebuilt our stamina a little bit there. Helped us gain enough to be able to spirit dash. And 750, there we go, done. 3 minutes into the poll, 50-50 between legendary and rare. $101 $380 Val, good. Was someone using prisms there? Okay. You know, I don't know how well prisms do when it comes to Atheon, but sure. We're about to enter into our halfway through our final hour. I guess I'll be the one luring Atheon. I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, no one else is coming. Alright. Oh wait, I was a bit off on that lure. Oh. Oh man. Alright. That one kind of made me that made me laugh there because I dragged him way over to the left. Alright. It's moments like this that are the highlights of doing this challenge. Sometimes you have to laugh at yourself for the mistakes you make. Because if you can't laugh at yourself, then you know who else will really laugh for you. You gotta learn how to be funny with yourself. 2.6 million with about 50% health remaining. Poll is up for about 7 minutes. 2 votes still. I'm gonna see who breaks the vote here. Let's go ahead and do our block skill. Mil. 4.3, 4.4, 5, 6, 7, 50. One more hit. Good. Okay, so 15. Wait, hold on, one more health bar. And almost there. 8 minutes gone. What legendaries do we have in our inventory? Just to let me get some context here. We actually have quite a bit. We have Oathkeeper, Solstice, Virulence, Blood's Influence, a multiple Blood's Influence. We also have Photon Sight, Digitalizer, Reconciler, Judgment, Terminus, Harvester, Rose Point, Binary Encoder, Perception, No Spears, Vanquished, Crown's Guard, and like some shield as well. So quite a bit when it comes to our legendary count. In terms of our rare count, I would say about the same. Give or take. Well, we have one rare. Most rares are coming from the shields over here. Nightplate Shield with Ruby Bulwark, Ash Rune Shield, all of that. So a lot to work with. Alright, it's time to go ahead and lure again. I might miss the group, but we'll... I guess we'll see. Alright, let me see if I can aim myself towards the group here. Oh, he's going faster than I am. Wow, that is impressive. Okay, I might end up dying here. I have no stamina. Okay, we're good. We're okay. But one wrong move and I'm pretty much dead. Okay, let's go ahead and block. Okay, let's unblock. Make sure we have enough for Spear Dash. Okay, it's fine. Heal. Block. Unblock. And 0.7. Nice, good Everfrost. If I still got in Flame and realizing it minutes later. Oh, nice. Congratulations, teammate. It's hard to see in the chat, especially this area. Oh, yeah, for sure. It is. $124, 610. Val, no drops. Main account, nothing. I don't know if anyone else in chat wants to break the vote here. I don't know. Flip a coin? No, I mean, well, we still have a lot of viewers that haven't voted yet, so we're not gonna flip a coin. Just need one person to break the vote. Imagine they vote common or burst. Then it would be a three-way tie. That would be fun. check to the lure. There we go. Okay, let me just make sure I aim it towards the crowd. And make sure I have enough to work with here. Okay, well, I missed the crowd by about a few studs, but I made it work. Okay. Oh, uh-oh. As soon as I saw the eruption, I got a bit cautious there. But seems like I wasn't cautious enough. Oh, okay. Perfect timing. We're at 2 mil with about 40% health left. I think we can do it. I don't think we have enough yet. No stamina to make it out of there, but no problem. I don't think we're gonna make it. There's like 2 health bars left, and we have almost. We don't have enough. Yeah, it's kind of over. 4 mil. We're about 700,000 off, but it's okay. Tried our best. I think we just died too much, and we didn't get enough damage off of the initial lure, so it's a little bit of a difficult one. But I think, you know, we can try to make the lure. We could try to do like 1,000,000 damage before we lure it back. But I don't think my block skill will last that long. I've got an heavy drop besides the shield. This is tragic. Oh. Okay, well, there we go. The poll shifted. We got legendary. Alright, so we're gonna end the poll here. And we're going to proceed into the legendary. So, next poll will be which category of legendary items should I delete from? So we have 1-hand / 2-hand sword. We have, well, let me make sure which categories have. So 1-hand, 2-hand sword, katana. I know for sure rapier has some an option. Rapier. Spears do not, armors do. Okay. So we'll combine katana and rapier. Spears do not have, so armor and then miscellaneous. Okay, there we go. New poll is up.
Wow, okay.
So for context, this is miscellaneous. We have 3 demon shields, a fire seeker here, some armors. That fire seeker's gotta go. Alright. I'm gonna turn off my block for now. Maybe that was a bad idea. close enough. Okay. I think I should have enough health, maybe, to get the final credits. We'll have to see though. Might be cutting it close again. You can't let up, because the moment you let your guard down, because you know right there I was kind of tempted to just let a curse enhancement or a sword storm chain like rip there, but you know I'm glad I didn't, because the moment he uses nuke, then I lose my opportunity. So. That's fine. We got a credit, and that's all that really counts. Oh, we got Infernum! Wow. Okay. Okay. We got the armor that we needed. This is big. This is big. Okay. So now we can upgrade to Infernum. So from 171 to 315. We can wear Infernum now. Okay. Now the problem is though, because I cannot unequip Infernum. So if I use it to make the Conqueror's Wish, we're gonna either have to get another Infernum or get a better armor in general. I don't know if there's an armor that's better than Infernum, other than maybe an upgraded what's it called? Cyber suit is probably better, but we'll see. There's not many armors that are better than the Infernum. But we got the armor that we needed. All we need now is just Flame, Meteor Shot, and then Exile Deathblade. We still have to get that Exile, so that's important. But having Infernum here is very good, because now we have more survivability. It's not much more, because the difference between this and this is, I mean, well, it's about, it's almost 3 times more, but the point is, this gives us more opportunity to live, and then because of that, we can get more damage in Atheon and secure our credit a lot easier. So. But of course, even with Infernum, you cannot survive Atheon nuke, so I still have to dodge that. But let me see how much damage he does to me. Okay, it went down quite a bit. It went down to about 20%. So that means I can survive around 5 or 6 attacks from Atheon now. Much better. Okay, I cannot survive 3 eruptions if he puts 3 of them on me. Heal there, gotta be careful. I'm probably gonna die here. Okay, have to heal up just a little bit. Okay, so they froze him. Okay, and well, if he nukes, then it's over. For me, at least. Now we just have to kind of... Okay. Come on. There we go, we got 750. Everyone just started using Source Storm Chain there for some reason. And as soon as I stopped, or as soon as I started using the Source Storm Chain, he popped the eruption, and then there was like 2 or 3 on top of me. So I had to kind of spear dash out of there. It's a very risky situation to go through, but we made it work. Alright, let's go ahead and check. First of all, let me check the main account here. Okay, nothing there. Let's go ahead and check the pity. And we're up to 2 more to get 100 pity. So that means... Is this our 4th stream? At Atheon, or is this our 3rd one? I don't remember, but assuming that it takes us 3 streams to get 100, that means that if you do the math on that, that would be about 11 streams? No. 10.5 streams to get a flame if we go for full pity. But I'm glad we got the Infernum today. That is one of the items that we needed. And it's actually the 3rd drop. So 1st drop was Rapture, 2nd Judgment, now we have Infernum. You know, we could end up... you know, ending this entire series on Wednesday. All that needs to happen is us getting exiled, then we come to Atheon, and we end up getting the meteor shot and flame, and that's it. So there's a very likely chance that we could end up finishing this up, but we'll see. Let's see, you're gonna dip T-Man? All right. Oh, thanks for coming, T-Man, and as always, thank you so much for helping out. I appreciate the, you know, you've been helping me out for the past couple months here on Swordburst, and it's really made this series a lot more tolerable. So thank you for that. But have a great rest of your day, T-Man, and I'll catch you later. Have to be careful. Again. So many Source Storm chains getting used. Okay, we're gonna pop our own Source Storm chain now. How far out is he? Okay. I'm not trying to get too close. Okay. And yeah, these players over here can survive because they have Conqueror's Wish and probably Chaos Bringer as well. Pop our Sorcerer Chain again. He's pretty far out, so that's why I'm trying to step up to get the hits in. 4.5, 6, 7, and 50. No, 50. There we go. Have to certify that. There we go, 91, no drops. One more minute, or until it hits 10 minutes. Currently says 9 minutes, so probably a couple more seconds or one more minute, and then we'll end. Oh, never mind, there we go. It hit 10 minutes. Okay. This is the final poll that we're making. Which legendary misc item should I delete? So let me check what we have in the miscellaneous tab. We just have, yeah, Fire Seeker and Demon Shield. So Demon Shield, Fire Seeker, Shield. We never did get to make the Apotheosis, even though that's something that we've been wanting to make for a while now, but we never got to make it. We could actually make it. But we'll see. Alright. 10 minutes till we end the stream here. So whatever gets picked here is the final deletion. I guess we timed it pretty well. We started the poll at 3 hours and now we're at 3 hours and 50 minutes. So last 10 minutes here. Atheon spawns in. We will do the luring this time.
Really love that.
Nothing changed on the main account. One more until we hit 100 pity, just to be sure. Yes, this one right here is 100 pity. Who knows? 100, it could be the lucky number. For all we know. Alright. Okay, using block is probably out of the question now. We just stick with Sorcerer Chain and Spear Dash. Okay, that was a lot of damage. Freeze. Pop the Sword Storm here. Okay, 10%. We heal. 4, 4.5, 4.6, and 7. There we go. Got it. Nice. Okay, we got him right before he did his eruption move. 69, 7, 8, 4. Either way, you know, if we don't get any drops after this, it's still a W stream because we got the Infernum. One of the items that we need from here. Infernum, honestly, is the more difficult drop because you have to consider the fact that Infernum is one of the legendaries that can drop, and alongside Infernum, you can also get Judgment, Rapture, Gungnir, Exodus. There's so many different items that we can get. But Infernum is the hardest because, one, for Meteor Shot, once you get it, it does not drop a second time. So it is a one and done deal. And then for Flame, Flame has pity. So we're going to get it at some point. Starting to lose our player base a bit, but that's okay. No problem. Looking for a resurrection crystal. That is kind of bizarre. I don't know about anyone using resurrection crystals. I suppose using a resurrection crystal here at Atheon is very beneficial because it's better than having to walk back. But still. Alright. Okay, drag it back. Okay. W Infernum, yep, we got Infernum. So I'm really glad about it. Now all we have to do is just get Meteor Shot, Flame, and Exile Deathplate. And then once we get all those, we use our last floor visit, get ourselves the Conqueror's Wish, move to Eternal Garden, and that's it. That's That's the challenge. So okay, the cooldown for Spear Dash almost did not refresh there. That would have been very bad. Okay. Be careful here. 5 minutes until we end stream. Okay, good roll. Nice. Yeah, we lost a lot of our fighting force, so that's why the HP is going down fairly slowly this time. Oh, nice. Someone's using the merchant plate mail. Wow. Okay, he's just putting a bunch of those eruptions around. Atheon is a very interesting boss. Knows exactly where to put them. I'm sure there's a mathematical formula or function in Atheon's code to determine where he puts those. Since, I mean, it's not random. Or, well, it is random in a way, but it's not. But it's randomly placed within, like, a certain area. I think we have time for one more Atheon after this, so yeah, we'll do one more Atheon before we end. And that'll be it. The next stream on Wednesday, we're gonna head back to Sector, go back to Unborn, try to get ourselves exiled. I hope we can get exiled, because we get exiled, then we come back here, we can farm the rest of the time here at Atheon. Get ourselves Meteor and Flame. But we do have to farm up another Infernum too. The thing is, like, we could just try to farm up a Cyber Suit and like maybe try to. Can we max out a Cyber Suit? And is it better than Infernum if we max it? That's the thing. Because I cannot unequip Infernum once I have it on. So I can't just unequip it to make Conqueror's Wish. So I have to either get another Infernum or make a Cyber Suit and try to max it. Okay, we got LCS. Let me check about Cyber Suit. So Cyber Suit, oh, it's not. Cyber Suit maxed out is not better than Infernum, because Infernum has 315, maxed out Cyber Suit is 312. So even maxing it out would not be ideal. So that means we have to get a second Infernum. We must get a second Infernum in order to switch. Unless one of you guys has a better idea for what we can do. Because in order for me to unequip Infernum, I have to have an armor that has more defense than this. And so it's either I get another Infernum, upgrade it by 1 and then equip it, or try to find another armor that exceeds the Infernum, which I don't believe there is any at the moment, other than like the shop armor, but shop armor is 50 million, so we cannot do that. Let me do some research here. So it's Infernum, Conqueror's Wish, and then the plate mail. I don't think we can buy the plate mail though, since it might be gone now. Yeah, it's no longer obtainable. Okay. So that's the plan, I suppose. Yeah, we need to get a second Infernum. If I still had the cyber suit, I probably wouldn't switch. Like, because this is the reason why, because I cannot unequip these armors. I can't, like, yeah, I can't just, like, equip this armor, because, like, cause it's worse, and it would be a rule break. And there's no armors on Eternal Garden, so we can't simply just get an armor over there. So we still have to get Infernum in a way. But let's hope we can get another Infernum before we end up getting Meteor Shot. Or credit? Nice. Okay, we got it. Alright, now we're just pretty much all we have to do is just outlast the rest of the HP and then we're good. Imagine if this Atheon right here gave all three that we needed. Infernum, the Meteor Shot, and the Flame all in one. I mean, it happened to T-Man, you know, a while ago. Not those three drops specifically, but he got a triple drop from Atheon, which was very, very insane. I don't have enough. No stamina. Okay. It's gonna regen some health. That means I have to go back and get. Never mind. We're still at 750. Okay, good. Every time Atheon dashes, I get a little worried about the credit. Okay. Good. We're on the last health bar. The nuke. Someone has to survive this, because if no one survives, he's gonna start regenning. Someone's got to survive that nuke. $120, $392, and no drops. That is perfectly fine. We're gonna go back to the sector real quick, and I was about to click Eternal Garden. There we go. We're back in the sector because we have to come back here for Unborn next stream. But yeah, so looks like the poll has been decided. It is going to be Demon Shield for the deletion. So here we go. Delete, delete, and delete. There we go. All our Demon Shields are gone. What are you gonna do after you're done with this series? We're probably gonna do some variety games. Like not just Roblox, but probably other games as well, such as games on Steam or maybe games on the Switch. So that's the plan. We'll figure it out. Anyways, if you guys enjoyed this stream, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. If you want to see some more of the SP2 ROD series, make sure to let me know in the comment section, live chat in the Discord server. Special thanks as always to T-Man for joining in, as well as Sleepy and everyone else who joined in to help out with the farm as well. And thank you everyone who voted on the poll, it really helps. But yes, next stream on Wednesday we'll be back and we'll be farming Unborn to try to get our Exiled, and then Atheon to get Meter Shot, another Infernum, and then of course the Flame. So yeah, other than that, thanks for tuning in, hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll catch everyone later. Thank you.